these words just come out with no cross to bear. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. Promise. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. Promise. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. And if I had to walk the world, I'd make you fall Not saying it was your fault, although you could have done more. Oh, you're so naive, yes, so how could this be done with such a smiling sweetheart? Oh, and your sweet and pretty face is such an ugly way for something so beautiful. Oh, that every time I look inside, I know she knows that I'm not fond of asking. True or false it may be, oh, she's still out to get me. And I know she knows that I'm not fond of asking. True or false it may be, she's still out to get me. I may say it was your fault, because I know you could have done more. Oh, you're so naive, yeah, so how could this be done with such a smiling sweetheart? Oh, and your sweet and pretty face is such an ugly way win. I hope. Just like a feeling inside. It's no joke. I know it hurts me to treat you this way. Betray my words I never heard. Too hard to say. Up, down, turn around. Please don't let me hit the ground. Tonight I think I'll walk alone. I'll find myself as I go home. Up, down, turn around. Please don't let me hit the ground. Tonight I think I'll walk alone. I'll find myself as I go home. Each way I turn, I know I'll always try to break the circle that's been placed around me. From time to time, I find I've lost some need. It was a pleasure to myself, I do believe. Please don't let me hit the ground. Tonight I think I'll walk alone. I'll find myself as I go home. Up, down, turn around. Please don't let me hit the ground. Tonight I think I'll walk alone. I'll find myself as I go home.
didn't get popped out. Fail. Oh well, better wasting it than dying. Better wasting your bubble than dying. I don't think so. What do we want? What's this one? Oh yeah.
Hey, Rivers! Rivers!
Yeah!
Your friends are here. I'm headed out, but there's some leftover pizza if you're hungry.
Okay.
All the investigators in town were Radio Korea, myself included. So we're all trying for hours, right? And I finally go, I'm the last one. And for the first time in my skating career, I finally land the ollie air flip.
No, you didn't.
You weren't even there, I did.
It's called an air walk. Okay. My mom's not here. You know what that means, right?
Can finally take out your dad's Mercedes.
What? No. No, we can play as loud as we want.
All right.
Now that's what I'm talking about, dude.
All right. You guys know the song, right?
Yeah, kinda.
We can jam it.
Cool. Let's try it.
Talking away, though I don't know what I'm to say, I'll say it anyway. Today is another day to find you shying away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me, take me, so needless to say, I'm obstinate, but I'll be stumbling away, slowly learning that life is okay. Say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry. Take on me, take me, take me. Oh, things that you say, is it life or just to play my worries away? You're all the things I've got to remember. You're shying away. Well, I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me, take me on. I'll be gone
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Sometimes I feel like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like checking out. I wanna get it wrong. Can always be strong. Loving won't be long. Oh sugar, don't you cry. Oh child, wipe the tears. good inside. Flip on the telly, wrestle with Jimmy. Something is bubbling behind my back. The bottle is ready to roll. Say it ain't so. Your joke is a heartbreaker. Say it ain't so. My love is a life taker.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed.
I can't confront you. I never could do that which might hurt you. So try and be cool. And I say, this way is a water slide away from me that takes it fuller every day. So be cool. Say it ain't so. Your joke is a heartbreaker. Say it ain't so. My love is a life taker. Dear Daddy, I write you in spite of his silence. You cleaned up, found Jesus. Things are good. Also, I hear this bottle of Stevens awakens ancient feelings. Like father, stepfather, the sun is drowning in the blood. Yeah, 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 yeah. Say it ain't so. Your joke is a heartbreaker. Say it ain't so. My love is a life taker.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
There floats a conversation like the clouds in our minds. We
Hey, what's up, boss? Hold on a second while I try to kill these mobs.
Kiss your ass goodbye.
So check this out, boss. This person has a pretty nice guild recruitment message. Tired of HR/SR runs where loot is hoarded or drama breaks out? We're building a community-first guild where we help each other gear up and actually enjoy the game again. No loot goblins, no toxic bugs, just reliable people who want progress. And I'm like, that actually sounds really good. And I said, what's the guild name? And then he comes back with Rage. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but those guild, you know what I mean? The guild title doesn't match the theme of the guild at all. Like, that is a terrible name. That's a terrible name for a guild that focuses on community and loot goblins and drama. I was telling my friend in stream how silly that name is. Rage. I mean, seriously. Sorry, man. Guild leader to disband and rename. I just told him to say, tell your guild leader to disband and rename. I mean, seriously, that is like the dumbest name for a guild that's based on those ideals. But that ideology is just dumb. It's just like so stupid. I was expecting the name to be something, you know, I'm trying, what would, like, when you read that, when you read this guild recruitment message, tired of HR and SR runs where loot is hoarded or drama breaks out, we're building a community-first guild where we help each other gear up and actually enjoy the game again. No loot goblins, no toxic bugs, just reliable people who want to progress. I mean, call it something like progression, or call it something like, Saturday out, you know? You know, like evening, I don't know, Serenity, there you go. That's a great one, you know, Serenity. And the person didn't even respond. Look at that, he's ignoring me. Guy puts me on ignore after I told him that his guild name was absolutely terrible for his ideals. You know, this is the kind of, the problem is, I see through the, I can very quickly, I guess he raged. What did he post it in channel, what channel did he post it in? I guess. As my mouse just flipped out. Hold on a second. I'm not sure what's going on. My mouse just literally freaked out right now. Okay, I think it's back to normal. The thing is, when I see people like creating guilds, Vols, in World of Warcraft, I can, within a few questions, like shoot through usually like their ideology, right? Because there'll always be like these messages that are like, we aren't based on loot, we aren't based on greed, we, you know, and then you just ask them a few simple questions. Well, okay, well, how do you help each other out? How often do you guys get together and actually help other players? Or like or maybe I'll join the guild and then I'll start talking to people in the guild and say, or I'll ask a couple questions like, hey, you know, I need help with this quest. I really don't need help with the quest, but it's like you just told me like in the guild recruitment message that you're super helpful and you're always helping each other. So my first thing I'll do when I join the guild is I'll ask for help. And then if I get like it's crickets, like nobody responds in guild, like there'll be like 50 people online, not one person responds. And I'm like, well, boy, wow. Your guild recruitment message made it seem like you're always there to help each other out. But I asked a simple question and not even one person could respond. You know what I mean? We need to create a guild boss. I should create a guild. I just don't have the time to manage it, really. You know, I don't have the time to put into a guild to make it good. But that would be something that would be fun to do, is create a guild and actually honestly try to make it something that WoW hasn't normally seen. You know, like a guild of people that really actually do help each other, that actually do, you know, that are mature. They'd have to be mature though, like, right? I'd have to like seriously like screen every single guild member, and I would have to rule with like an iron fist. You know, there'd be strict rules like that I would 100% be vicious about, which right away would turn some people off. Oh. The guy goes, it's a guild named Sheesh, and I go, and this is why you fail.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
He must be in the guild, right? Let's see if he's in the guild. Oh, he's not in the guild. Okay. He's not in the guild. You ran multiple trolley PvP guilds. I've run quite a few guilds back in the day. Like back in I ran guilds in Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, and then after that I gave up. I couldn't deal with the children. You know, the children. Yeah, it's just the children. It's the children. It's not. You know what I mean? It's not like the drama is created by children, right? No, that's not necessarily always true, though. I mean, the one thing I've learned in this life is there is no defining guidelines on moronic people, right? Like, there's no like set hard fast rules saying like, well, if you're over the age of 35, you're going to be mature, because we know that's not true. If you're a doctor, you're going to this guy's going to take my. Oh, he's not. Thank God. You know, if you're a doctor, that must mean you're a mature person because you went to school and got a degree, and you know what I mean. There's no. You know, if you could even say you're a priest, that means you're going to be someone who lives their life by good ideals. Well, we know that's not necessarily true either. Many priests have been convicted of child molestation. You know what I mean? But I bet you I could create a guild, give it a name, give it a cool guild tabard, and I bet you I could increase. I bet you I could increase it to, you know, a couple hundred people pretty quickly. But I'd have to put effort into it. You know, it'd be a fun social experiment. You know, I just don't have time to do it. That's the word. That, you know, if I was single and wasn't married anymore, it would be fun to do as a social experiment. But I just don't have the time right now. I got to go to church tomorrow. Now that my wife's been feeling a little bit better, so she wants to go back to church, which means tomorrow I got to get up early, go to church. Yeah, it's not worth the drama. Well, it's not. It's it's not that it's not worth the. Yeah, you're right. It isn't worth it. The problem is it's almost an impossible task. It's so difficult to because a lot of people are good at faking it, putting up a front. You know what I mean? Like saying, how do you identify the people that are actually really just nice people that just want to have fun and play the game, and from the people that are just all they care about is me, and hey, look at me, and look how awesome I am as a player, and or I'm just here to meet shit. I mean, there's people that get into guilds just to meet girls, believe it or not. I mean, just the dumbest shit, I don't play a video game to get laid, you know what I mean? Sorry. It's too many stupid people in the world. Hold on a second. Yeah. Oh, I've been in guilds. I can't tell you how many times, like back in the day, I was in raids where okay, and I'm sure you've seen this, where you're in a raid with a guild, and maybe you've never raided with that guild before, or you haven't been in a lot of raids, because back in the day, back in like TBC, being on comms wasn't as common as it is today, right? Not everybody was using like voice chat back in 2007. So you finally get your voice chat set up. You get in, you're like in a raid with like 40 people, and all the nerdy boys are nerding out because that's what they do. They're like total, look at me, I'm here, I did this and I did that, and blah 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 blah. Look at me, listen to me, right? And then all of a sudden something like completely unexpected happens. Someone talks, and it's not a guy. It's a female voice. Oh my God, there's a girl on comms. The next thing you know, you've got like 3 or 4 guys falling all over themselves. Oh, what's your name? And then they start like just battling for attention of this one girl who could be like, 350-pound Tessie, right? You don't know. Who cares? It's a girl. It's like, it's a girl. I mean, it it happened every time back in, back in TBC when I was in lots of different guilds, and it was just so pathetic. I was like, come on, you guys are such fucking morons. Can they go to your officers? What can what level am I? I'm 22. I need to hit the trainer. I also need to do the stupid resurrection quest.
Hello. See you around. What are you looking for?
I met girls in WoW when I was younger, and I was never young in WoW, let's be honest. But I have friends that I met in WoW, you know. And there was some interesting stories, but I'm not going to talk about that on stream. But, you know, I met some girls that were pretty cool people. You know, I still, Jesus. I still have, one of them is still on my Facebook, still a friend of mine on Facebook, and I've gone out with her and done stuff with her. The other one would be a friend of mine on Facebook, except I'm married. And there was some inappropriate conversation that she said towards me that my wife wasn't too keen on, so that was kind of like, she made me block her on Facebook. So, yeah, but before I was married, that conversation would have been just fine, but
Greetings.
I always felt sorry for that girl, though, because she was such a nice girl, but she was married to a real douchebag. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't say he was a real douchebag. He just was... Yeah, she could have done better. Let's just put it that way. Seal of Justice. Concentration Aura.
Be careful.
What is it? So Serial? So Serial. Interesting name.
I buy and trade.
I buy and
For the
trade.
Alliance.
No, no. Don't go to my vendors. Ooh, there's a little bit of money to be made. What is this necklace? 5 gold, 6 intellect, restore level 50. I didn't know that they actually... What? I didn't know that they actually sold like necklaces from this vendor. That's pretty cool, actually. That is pretty cool.
Be careful.
Auction successful. Auction successful. Let's put up some new auctions. We have made 117 gold already on this character. Unbelievable. I think the Darkmoon Fair has made me a good 20 or 30 gold, probably. Look, and we just sold that Wild Steel Bloom. Well, let's sell some more. I mean, just buying Wild Steel Bloom from the Darkmoon Fair has made me quite a bit of money. Need to level this character up. And... need to level her up and become an enchanter so we can just disenchant all this stuff. Yeah, I know. In 2006, I would have been like, holy shit, I'd be richer than most people in the game. Yeah. I just, like, I have one of my bankers just parked. Well, I did. Apparently I moved her. But I was parking her right at the Darkmoon Fair. And so I would just, every few minutes, I just log over and buy, because... You know, I'm buying like ghost mushrooms and what's the other herb? This is the same layer though, unfortunately. We'll see the necklace again. Yeah, it's the same layer. Damn it.
Need help? Light bless you.
What did he have as far as stamina 2? We can buy these.
Go with honor, friend.
But yeah, just buying the yellow flowers, whatever they're called. I can't remember the name right now because my brain's not working as usual. Ghost mushrooms, wild steel bloom was the one I was talking about. I mean, those wild steel blooms are selling for like almost a gold each, or like 70 silver each. It's insane how much they're selling for. And wild steel bloom's not even really that difficult to get. So a little surprised that they're selling for that much. All right, let's do the dumb resurrection quest. I just want to get it done to get out of the way. Now my horde character does have a couple shields, like a blue shield and an epic shield. The horde character that I transferred from the hardcore realm. So we could theoretically try to sell those shields from her to this character, but I would have to go all the way to Booty Bay and do the neutral auction house. The problem with that is people run bots on the neutral auction house that scan it for things that are listed at too low of a, too low. Like, so if you put like Skull Flame Shield, for example, on the Booty Bay auction house, even if you have your other character standing right there, like logged in, like if you log into both, like 2 different WoW accounts. Although this one, they're the same WoW account, so I'd have to log out of the Shaman and then log back in the other one and then search the auction house, find the item, and buy it. So just that delay of, 20 seconds, item will already be gone because the bots will already have scanned and found something. For example, if I want to sell, I don't know, we'll say I just have like a green sword that I want to sell. It's like level 10. And so they'll say I put it up there like for 1 copper or something. There's people that run these bots that can pick up things that are listed at something that's way below their value. And their bots will auto-buy, literally auto-buy, which I think that shit should be 100% banned. Like, that shit should be banned. Like, because you're ruining the ability for people to use the auction house the way it was meant to be used. And that stuff should be bannable offense, I think. Although someone once told me that trying to trade items from one of your own horde characters to one of your alliance characters by selling it through the neutral auction house was against the terms of service. And I'm like, that seems weird that would be against the terms of service. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just because it's not really like you're doing anything. I mean, the gameplay's there. I mean, but Blizzard created the game and allowed the neutral auction house, so they have to understand that people are going to use the neutral auction house to trade stuff back and forth between Horde and Alliance. You opened up the door for that, so you have to understand that people would step through. So I find it hard to believe that that's against terms of service. But I do think that, yeah, I mean, the whole bot thing is Yeah, someone told me once it was against terms of service. And the reason I know that is because the person who kept buying my stuff, I whispered them and said, would you please stop buying stuff I'm trying to send from my horde character, my alliance? They're like, no. They're like, you realize that what you're doing is against terms of service. They actually told me that. And I'm like, how can that be against terms of service? It's just, it's completely a gameplay loop that Blizzard has enabled by having that neutral auction house. So, but anyways, it's just he was using a bot, and I said, you're using a fucking bot. Because the way I did it one time,
Be careful.
the way I did it one time was I have two WoW accounts, right? So I was logged in. Like I was logged in with one character at the auction house, like right here. And then I just alt-tabbed to my other character. I listed an item. I alt-tabbed back. I opened it up, searched, and it was already gone. So we're talking literally like seconds. Like, you can't even search for an item because the other person wouldn't know what I was selling. So there's no way you could possibly search something in like 2 or 3 seconds and buy it instantly. You know what I mean? Like, so it had to be so, and it happened like multiple times because I tested it out.
See you soon. Watch your back.
What I did was hold on a second. Do I have? I tested it out by listing up just like some things that were not of super amazing value, like I don't know, some herbs or something, and I put like them up for like 1 copper. I put up like like a dream foil for 1 copper, and then I went to my other character and it was already sold. So then I put up something else, like there was a completely different item for 1 copper, and I went to my other character, and it was sold, and it was the same person that kept buying them, and that's when I whispered to them and said, "Would you quit buying my stuff?" And they're like, "Whoa." blah blah blah, and they were like, well, what you're doing is against terms of service. And I'm like, what you're doing is against terms of service. You're clearly running a bot that's scanning the auction house, which actually that may not be against terms of service. I don't really know if that is against terms of service, but if it isn't, it should be. Like running bots that auto scan and auto buy things, I think has to be against terms of service, because you're preventing people from playing the game the way it was meant to be played, you know? Like if I am trying to buy stuff, like for example, if I'm looking for bargains on the auction house, I'm like going through and I'm looking for bargains, things that I think are undervalued, you know, people are listing them for a price that's much less than what I think it's valued at. I won't be able to really find that stuff because this bot's buying stuff. It's buying all those things up. So it's like, man, you're taking away the natural, like, taking away the natural loop of the economy of the auction house. You know, you're ruining, just another thing that ruins the economy, you know, so to speak.
Well met.
Anyways, whatever. You know, it's just another bullshit thing in World of Warcraft. I'll just add that to the list of 10,000 stupid ass things. Oh, hey, I got the dragon. I didn't notice the dragon buff dropped on me. Yeah, 2-hour buff again, because it was down like 30 minutes. So, Volst, you see Bitcoin is, you know, it's dropping right now, but it did reach 105,000 today, which had to liquidate quite a few shorts, actually. It also triggered some auto selling, I'm sure, of people trying to take profits as well, which is probably why it dropped pretty quickly after hitting 105. Why the hell is Teramis? Yeah. Well, there was a really good video by George, you know, by Cryptos R Us today. And he was basically talking about how there's some major players that are buying. It was just the usual stuff we've been seeing. Like more and more people buying Bitcoin, and more governments and state governments starting to create Bitcoin reserves. And it's just unbelievable. The adoption right now is through the roof. And the thing that is hard to imagine is there's not going to be any Bitcoin left, right? There's not going to be any Bitcoin left. All the people that keep trying to buy Bitcoin, I mean, how can there even be any Bitcoin left, right? There's not that much Bitcoin to be had to begin with. And it's a limited supply, so... It's gonna get to a point that when the Bitcoin comes out, the cost of Bitcoin, like these miners that are mining Bitcoin, it's gonna get to the point where every time the mining's mine a Bitcoin, it's gonna be this feeding frenzy of people trying to buy it. You know what I mean? And you welcome the drought, and I do too. But dude, I don't have enough. Yeah, I don't have enough Bitcoin. I've got some. I want to start selling some of my guitars and just buying Bitcoin with the money. You'd always buy more guitars. The way I look at it is every dollar I put into Bitcoin easily is going to double. It's going to double in a year, probably. What's Bitcoin at? It's at like 104. I think in a year it'll be at 200. So every dollar you put into Bitcoin right now, I think is going to double in value in a year. I guess I'll have to up my DCA. No, I won't buy the other stuff. I don't trust. I'm not going to trust any of the other shit. I'm not going to buy anything but Bitcoin. I'm a Bitcoin Andy. It's not that I don't think those other coins can be good. It's just that I know Bitcoin's good. You know what I mean? There's no doubt that Bitcoin's going up. I'm a Bitcoin maxi. Yeah, I am a Bitcoin maxi. Yeah, exactly. There's no stress to it. It's like Bitcoin has outperformed. There was a thing I read just today that said Bitcoin has outperformed 99% of all stocks in the stock market in the past year. It's outperformed. I think the only one it hasn't outperformed is like Nvidia, you know, because Nvidia just had like ridiculous growth in the last year, right? And there may be like a few others, but it's outperformed 99% of the stock market. 99%. It's outperformed. That's why I always laugh when people like. I tell people at work. There's a couple people that are on my team. I tell them, I go, you just wait. I told Sorov, this guy who works on my team. I told him, I go, dude. Yeah. Nvidia's definitely gonna crash. I think. It's more affected. Nvidia's more affected by the economy, more affected by lots of different things with the dollar, whereas Bitcoin's really not. That's the beauty of Bitcoin, right? It's the beauty of gold. That's why people buy gold too. But I told my coworker, I said, the way I look at Bitcoin right now is if you are not buying Bitcoin, you're just throwing money away. I look at Bitcoin as such a safe bet right now that if you're not buying it, you're literally losing money. And I tried to convince I knew my wife wouldn't go for it, but I have two 401ks. I wanted to cash out one of my 401ks and take a 30% hit on the value of it and just put it in Bitcoin because I knew I'd make more than the 30% back. I knew I would. And of course she said, no, don't do that. That's not a good idea. And so I didn't do it because I didn't want to piss her off. But when I thought about doing that, which was about, 6 months ago, how much has Bitcoin gone up in the last 6 months, right? Let's take a look. In the last 6 months, Bitcoin, it's gone up 30%. So maybe I would have been about even. Well, it wasn't for that one dip. But if you look year to date, actually this isn't even right. Oh, you know what? This is year to date. It's not year. Like if you look at like 1 year, it's up a ton. Like Bitcoin over the past year, 360 days is up 70%. And that's, you can't look at like these short time frames that much because you know it's just going to go up over time, right? Like if you look at year to date, that's just a few months. So obviously, yes, there is some, but the amount of volatility gets less and less. The more mature it gets less and less. So, but the one thing you can always see is that it's always going to go up. Yeah, well, you're fucking smart, dude. Unfortunately, I don't want to say unfortunately, but I got married. Not unfortunately, I love my wife, so I'm not. That's not unfortunate, but if I wasn't married, if I hadn't gotten married, I would have so much more money in Bitcoin. I mean, seriously, dude, it would be. I probably would have 10 times the amount of money I have in Bitcoin right now. I'd probably have 10 times that because I wouldn't spend as much money. I mean, I've spent so much money on being married. I spent money on helping my wife out with stuff, helping her out, basically buying her a car. I've helped her out with other stuff. I've helped her out with medical things. There's a lot of things I've helped her out financially, and then just the fact that, I'm the breadwinner. I make a lot more money than she makes. I'd have a lot more free cash if I wasn't married. That's what I'm saying. You had, what is it? You had just untold. So, but basically, yeah. Well, or for example, like I get like a bonus. I get like a bonus every year, right? I get a bonus every year. Like I would probably be putting like, 70% of that bonus into Bitcoin every year. The reason I don't do it is because I'm married, and every year that bonus, I end up usually taking some of it and spending on stuff we need, like some new furniture or whatever things we need in our life. My wife and I. But see, I don't prioritize those things. Like when I was single, I was the total bachelor. Like my living room was basically one cheap couch, a cheap table with a TV on it, which I'd never used because I don't watch TV that much. And if I do it on my computer. So my whole life is always my bedroom. Because in my bedroom, I have my guitars, I have my computer, I have all my drawing supplies if I want to draw. I have, I have my workout stuff, my weights when I want to work out. So I spent like 90% of my life in the bedroom, I'm either sleeping, playing video games, or drawing, or reading a book, or watching stuff on my computer. Like everything it's like that my whole life was lived out of the bedroom pretty much. So the rest of the apartment was pretty bare, Most of your stocks got liquidated because I was heavy into U.S. oil. You bet on Trump winning? Well, Trump. Oh yeah. You went up from a net worth of 100K to 20K within 3 months. Oh, that sucks. Well, you can certainly get back up easily enough just by keeping it in Bitcoin. My thing is, like, I almost want Bitcoin to not go up too much because when November hits, it's when I get my bonus. So, well, actually, yeah, I figured you made it all back. You probably made it all back and then some. I mean, you said you've got more than one Bitcoin, so that's over 100,000 right there. What I want Bitcoin to go up to like 120,000, and then I want it to drop. So I want it to have a huge drop right before my bonus lands, so I can buy some Bitcoin. And then, of course, I want it to jump back up. What's with the Asian characters, Sam? Yeah, 200K and. Yeah, we're just trolling, Sam. We're trolling. Yeah, you're Chinese type. You're not Chinese, are you? Well, I guess your last name is Yan. Are you Chinese? Are you Chinese, Sam? I never really kind of put two and two together. I looked at your last name. Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm playing. Well, yeah, I know. I know you have. You're on my Discord, aren't you? Yeah, I don't really look at the last names of people, of people's names that much. Plus, I'm scatterbrained, man. I'm scatterbrained. I'm my family's very artistic, right? Like I'm a programmer, but I really shouldn't be a programmer because my brain, like the part of my brain that works really well is the part that's more the art side. You know what I mean? It is very French. Valsed. Let me fly back here.
Need help?
Stormwind. Well, let's see if we can find Sam. Sam? I don't see you on the Discord. Hold on a second. Maybe your name in Discord is different than your name in YouTube. Name on YouTube. Oh, it's Lollies? Okay. Yeah, here, hold on a second. Looks like Teramis the Devourer is here. I'm on layer 3. Probably a good idea if I swap. Been in New Zealand for... Oh, New Zealand's a beautiful country. I've always wanted to go to New Zealand. Probably some of the best kayaking in the world is in New Zealand. 12 hours apart? Gotcha. Yeah, it's... yeah. But yeah, Sam, I created this. So this is my, my alternate WoW account. So I came over here a few days ago, and I had no one. I had no one on Dreamscythe on this account a couple weeks ago, and then I brought over my shaman because it was a free transfer from the hardcore server because she didn't die or anything. It's just that the hardcore server was dead. I mean, nobody really was hardly playing on the hardcore server anymore. So it was this free transfer from the hardcore realms to Dreamscythe. So I brought her over, and I started playing her a little bit, but then I was just like, I like Paladins better than Shamans, to be honest. So I said, I don't really want to play a Shaman. I like Paladins better, so I created this Paladin a couple days ago, like 3 or 4 days ago. I don't know when it was. It was just a few days ago. She's level 1. And I've been leveling her up, and then, of course, you know me, whenever I have a character anywhere, I'm going to need some bankers. So I created a banker, 2 bankers. These are both bankers. And we've made most of our money just selling light feathers because if you go to the auction house, you'll see that as the Zul'Gurub raid has been released, mages use light feathers for their boosting runs. I guess they must use them to slow fall from certain areas in ZG to either group up more mobs, or I'm assuming to group more mobs. I don't really know, but I'm not exactly sure how they're using them, but they're using them. So if you go to light feathers, right? Actually, you can see that there's 34 silver, but they go up pretty quick. So they're probably around 44 silver a pop, I would imagine. Like here, you can see a stack of 20s, like almost 9 gold. So, and when I was like level 13 on my Paladin, I realized the easiest way to make money on this character who had no money was just to go farm, Moonkins or those mobs over in Darkshore. And so I just killed them from... They're not Moonkins, are they? I guess they are Moonkins. I killed them from 13 all the way to level 18, I think. So for like 5 levels, all I did was kill Moonkins. That's all I did. And in 5 levels of basically just killing Moonkins, you can see I've acquired my over 100 gold. So I'm at my banker has 61 gold, my Paladin has 45 gold, and this lock here has 11. So that's 106, that's 117 gold. So I've made 117 gold just a few days. And mostly all of that's off of... And then the rest of the money I've been making was actually off of the Darkmoon Fair, because you can go here and you buy the Wild Steel Bloom and you buy the Ghost Mushrooms. And those are selling for good money. So I've made quite a bit of money off of... I made quite a bit of money off of off the Darkmoon Fair, and also the enchanted leather sometimes appears in there, and the enchanted leather sells for over $1 gold each. So, been buying those, selling those. But you know me, I mean, I wouldn't even be playing World of Warcraft at all if we had a better MMO. But sadly, I haven't really been able to find a better MMO. I think my Paladin has enough scrolls. I have so many scrolls, it's ridiculous. And yeah, I just swap over, check the Darkmoon Fair every hour, pretty much. And this character grabs the stuff. Oh, the early access code? How did he get it? Was it via email? Let's see. I did get 3 email from Dune. Hold on a second. There was a request access for the beta, which it looks like I missed the email, so I didn't sign up. The beta is now live. No, I didn't request access, so no, I didn't get it. Yeah, it's live right now. Yeah, the Dune is live right now, but I missed the boat. Yeah, see, I didn't request access, so yeah, I don't have access because I didn't request access. I didn't know that they were doing that, so. But honestly, I don't know. I mean, the Dune one, the footage I saw from Force Gaming was like, it looked okay. I mean, it looked okay. You know, it looked okay. I mean, even Force was saying there's a lot of issues with the game. I tend to like fantasy MMOs a lot more than like sci-fi. But I will say that the world I thought looked really cool. I do like deserts, and I thought that some of the stuff looked pretty cool. Look, we sold 5 steel bloom or wild steel bloom for 3.4 gold. So what is that, like 80 silver each, or like 73 silver each? Well, here 2 is going, yeah. So that's 60 silver, 60 silver each. Yeah, but Sam, I mean, I would much rather be playing something else, you know. But I don't really know what else to. I mean, there's just nothing out there right now that really piques my interest. I thought about trying Expedition 33, but that's a turn-based game. But people are raving about it. It's getting a lot of really good reviews, but it's turn-based, and I'm not really a turn-based player. You know what I mean? Yeah, let me check my email again real quick. So I do have several access requests. Let's see, Robin Hood. I haven't been in my email in a few days. Let's see, Dune, Funcom, Dune Awakening. What was the other game? Let's see, there was one other game. I don't know if it's on my... Where's my wish list? Wish list. Where's wish list? View notifications. Why is it that when you're looking for something, you can't find it? Like, every time I come into Steam, my wish list is right in my face. But this time I want to see my wish list, and I don't know where the fuck it is. Normally, it's like always like right there. Where's my wish list? You know. Anyways, but what was the game? There was one game that I signed up for early access to. It might have. I guess it wasn't that. It wasn't Dune. There was another game that I was signing up for early access. I was just going to check on the status, but I can't remember what it's called, and I don't seem to see my wish list, so fuck me running. Recordings and screenshots. Install demo. Editors. Oh, this is a good. If you guys haven't played Sky, it's actually a pretty cool game. I actually liked that game. There's the wish list right here. No, it's not on here. Whatever. Enough of that. Well, you have to ask your friend. You have to ask your friend if he liked Dune. I mean, if he liked it, so. $23. So we need to get to level 24. I've already respec twice, and I'm already wishing I was protection. It's so hard not playing protection paladin for me, because of the fact that I love Redoubt. Redoubt is such a great ability, and of course getting hit rating is super helpful as well. Like going down the path of trying to build out a retribution prot build it's so painful because you have to go so far down into ret to really flesh out. You know, you really need to flesh out conviction, right? Because the crit's just too good. So if you're going to go ret prot, you kind of want to get conviction. That's going to put you all the way at level like 23, I think. It's like we can pick this, learn. So we need 3 more levels, so it'll put you at 25. So you got to go all the way to 25. And then are you going to get consecration? You're going to get consecration, and then that's another, 11 levels. So now you're looking at 36 before you even get into prot. Oh shit, what did I do? What did I do? Find Daphne Stone. Shit. This is what happens when I talk on stream. I didn't grab the stupid script from the stupid casters over there. Oh, this whole time I'm running back to get my resurrection. I do this about every 4 times I do this quest. I do exactly what I just did. I resurrect the stupid guy with the charm, but I forget to kill the stupid casters to get some stupid script. And then I have to fucking run all the way back. And I don't even want to do that. I don't even want to do that. This is such a waste of time. I'm so pissed off right now. So pissed off right now. Who do I have on Bloodsail Buccaneers? Nobody. a gray gear only warrior. Excuse me while I clean up my email. My email's a disaster. Oh, it's nice that I got an email from today saying, want to inform you that the water supply in your building will be shut off between 2 and 4. I didn't notice, so I guess I didn't use any water between 2 and 4 today. That's funny. All right, let's check this. Let's check out the really quick. I want to check out the Expedition 33 gameplay, right? Easily game of the year.
Hi everyone, it's Rax.
Yeah, I don't like that guy.
Care so little about. Could be useful though. The expedition.
I don't think I could really get into a game like Expedition 33 because there's going to be so much dialogue and story. It's really hard to get me.
I believe.
It's really hard to get me interested in a game that has a big story. Vitality, might, agility, defense, and luck. Skill points. I like use R1, you know, console. Wow, that took a lot of skill to put the aiming cursor on those little blue like chevrons or blue triangles. Good animation. Here, let's go back.
Not too far from here. If anyone else made.
Oh, I didn't realize that this is a 17-hour. I think this is like a full playthrough. He did it in 17 hours apparently. He tried to parry and missed, I think.
Chroma's flowing.
Cool animation. Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't get a game like this would be like not my thing. I just can't handle turn-based. I need freeform. I need flow. I need flow. There has to be flow. You know what I mean? There's got to be flow.
Hello. Have a good one. Good day to you. See you later. Safe travels.
I buy and trade.
Farewell.
Greetings. Lifeless.
Oh.
A man in my shoes runs a light and all the papers lied tonight, but falling over
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
These words just come out with no cross to bear. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. And if I had to walk the world, I'd make you fall for me.
Wow, nobody's listening for DM. Interesting.
King's honor. Be careful.
thought I queued as DPS. I could have swore I queued as DPS. Like, I queued as DPS, I run into the group, and they're all waiting for me to tank. I'm like, I queued as DPS, I know I did. Hey, look at there, look, rolls, DPS, see that? And then, like, I queued as DPS. This is the shit you deal with in World of Warcraft. Stance. Let's go ahead and set up our weapon swap. And this fucking maid services, she's been standing here the whole time, man.
What you suspect my emotion wandering, yeah. Not want to part this anymore. The rainwater drips through the crack in the ceiling. I'll have to spend my time on repair. Just like the rain won't be always falling, yeah. Only to rise and fall again.
Thanks. I will enjoy.
If you were here, I could deceive you. If you were here, you would believe what you suspect. My emotion wandering, yeah. I'm not want to part in this anymore.
Nah, fuck this shit. Yes, I can tank, but I don't feel like tanking. Plus, I'm kind of trying to do this quest here.
I got it bad. You don't know how bad I got it. You got it easy. You don't know when you've got it good. It's getting harder, just keeping life and soul together. I'm sick of fighting, even though I know I should. The cold is biting through each and every nerve and fiber. My broken spirit is frozen to the core. I don't wanna be here no more. Wouldn't it be good to be in your shoes, even if it was for just one day? Wouldn't it be good if we could wish ourselves away? Wouldn't it be good to be on your side? The grass is always greener over there. Wouldn't it be good if we could live without a
If we're all over here to kill one freaking mob, man.
You must be joking. You don't know a thing about it. You got no problem. I'd stay right there if I were you. I got it harder. You couldn't dream how hard I got it. Stay out of my shoes if you know what's good for you. The heat is stifling, burning me up from the inside. The sweat is coming through
Butt's sticking out.
So true, funny how it seems, always in time, but never in line for dreams.
Do I want to tank dead mines? Sure.
This is the sound of my soul. This is the sound. I wanna take it to the world, but now I've come back again. Why do I find it hard to write the next line? Oh, I want the truth to be said. I know this much is true. I know this much is true. With a thrill in my head and a pill on my tongue, there's all the nerves that have just begun. Listening to Marvin all night long. This is the sound of my soul. This is the sound, always slipping from my hands. Stands a time of its own.
Why is he casting? Everybody's here. Oh, I guess he's doing stones.
I want the truth to be known. I know this much is true. I know this much is true.
I bought a ticket to the world.
But now I've come back again. Why do I find it hard to write the next line? Oh, I want the truth to be said. I know this much is true. I know this much is true.
Where's my... Oh, really? It's on the... Hold a second. There we go. Move my dynamite to a different button. Different keybind. It's fine.
Last fire will rise behind those eyes. Black house will rock. Blind boys don't lie. Immortal fear. That voice so clear through broken walls. That scream I hear.
Oh, he pulled. He pulled the third one, idiot. That was not good. He pulled the third one. I don't know who did that. He actually pulled 4 of them? Oh, God. Luckily we get good DPS because that was kind of a clusterfuck of a pull. That was really a clusterfuck. That was a badass pull. And not badass in a good way. It's the warlock that's pulling the extra mobs. Which is fine, I don't care. I should be using Devo Aura when I'm in a group. Come on. Why can't I move? I couldn't move there. This might be a good bull. I was trying to read the party chat because he was asking the lock if he had something. I guess he was asking him if he had life tap at this level. I guess he does. Is it like on Master Looter or something? Because I've not seen any loot. Weird. Oh, he is. I guess he had the bag leggings. Okay.
in a familiar place. We got our heads down, and then we pretend it's 'cause the night is dark and running out of space for us to run around. But it's a dead end and my knees tight, and it's been a long time of this. Something has got to give. Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year with nothing to show from down this road. It's only on we go. Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year, and I only know from down this slow. It's only up we go. Let's get on another flight. Maybe set out to sea. Kick it up and shake our fist at it. 'Cause death is harder to come by than it is to breathe. When you gotta make a break for it, 'cause it's been a long time of this. Something has got to give. Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year, nothing to
Yeah, I heard the lay on hands sound.
We were kind of hero, wicked little machines, captains and cavalries, forming empires in the shade of the trees. Without hesitation, kings of the forest down, holding the ocean down. We were half this heavy and twice this loud. So turn up the noise, dressed to the nines, running with the boys. Your hand in mine, singing every song, loving every line, till the night is gone. Just like the old times, just like the old times, was what you made it. We had our friends around, all the images and sounds superimposed into all the backgrounds. We used to be clumsy, lost in 1,000 ways, captivated by a craze. Those were hands down my favorite days. So turn up the noise,
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
dress to the nines, running with the boys. Your hand in mine, singing every song, loving every line, till the night is gone. Just like the old times, just like
Yeah. It's pretty. We like to go with peaceful music while we're crushing mobs, right? it. This idiot, like when they came down, they aggroed the fucking whole group, which is not good. Well, that's alright. We're fine. As long as the warlock's not getting hit. No, he's getting hit.
You can kiss your ass.
Now the warlock's getting hit. There. I'll just heal the warlock. The mob, I had threat anyway, so it didn't matter. I bopped the paladin, healed the warlock. Okay, good. Yeah, good job. Alright, so we did that Dead Mines run. Easy peasy. And I'm actually a spec retribution paladin, so I'm not really spec tanks, but just goes to show you that paladin can take some damage. Look at that. Is that lifesteal? Oh no, it's because that particular weapon has that has that aura on it. Is there any of these ores, man? It's time to go kill the clams again, so we can get to at least level 23. And then we can do the Lakeshire Cave, because there is some tin ore in there. We need tin ore for my engineering. Huh, I still need to... Did I turn in my quest yet? At Stormwind? I don't think I did. No. Well, we can also kill. Oh, we got Bragg. We can kill Bragg, but we can also kill. We can also kill One Eye or whatever his name is, Old Merc Guy. We can kill him too. We just got to pick up the quest. Let's go pick up the quest real quick. He's up the coast. Coastal Menace. Let's grab that. Let's go kill Mercat one. Kill him, and then we can just farm these. Oh, we got Brack too. But he's too far down the coast. Oh, I'm crushing him. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, he's dead. Sorry, buddy. Should have been quicker. We did pretty good. So in that dungeon, we took 64% of the damage. The only reason we didn't tank more damage is because that rogue was really focusing different targets that other than what I was hitting, so he was pulling threat. When I'm tanking, I always look at damage taking because I want to try to be up around 70% or more. But that rogue was just kind of being a pain, but it's all good. Damage done, we ended up being like 31% damage, so we were number 2 on damage, so not too bad. As a tank, well, we're not really a tank. I mean, this is really a ret build. But we're going for ret prot. But we'll have a full protection build at some point. I just don't, maybe at 40 when we buy a dual spec, then we'll have 2 specs. We can have a full prot build for AoE farming, and then we'll have a experimental ret prot build, because I've never really done a full, like, improved retribution or coupled with consecration. Never tried that before. Give it a go. Turn this quest in. Coastal Menace. Buckler of the Seas. It's such a cool looking shield. But unfortunately it's not as good as my shield. I really wish that shield had better stats because it's such a neat looking shield. Oh. Didn't I grab the leggings? I guess not. Oh shit. hit the wrong key. I meant to hit this key. Yeah, bash the guy when he's already dead.
See you around.
Greetings. Light bless you.
Where's my shield? Did I sell my shield? Shit, I think I did. I think I sold. Did I sell my shield? I must have sold my shield. Well, that sucks. Well, we're gonna have to buy ourselves a new shield then. Or the next time I get to the vendor, I'll just buy one. Yeah, this quest would be a lot easier with my shield. Let's just use the one-handed sword. Attack more often. Probably miss a lot, miss less.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
You were screwed.
Okay, that was good timing. That was good timing for that mage to come by after I accidentally sold my shield to the vendor. Because that would have been a... Probably would have used a healing potion there. Unfortunately. Yeah, I probably would have had to pop a healing potion on that particular fight if that mage hadn't showed up.
Need help?
Actually, and I think the reward for this is a shield. So, and I think it's better than the shield I had, or at least it's pretty close. So,
Safe travels.
I mean, at least for now. The Bastion of Stormwind. But we also get Sense Undead, which is a really useful skill, so ability, so that's good. I'm just bummed that I didn't buy that blue shield off the auction house a couple days ago, and it was like 2 gold, because now it's like 4. Now it's a lot more now. So, oh shit.
What can I help you with?
Yes. Yeah, you know what? Let's grab these, just so we have them. We'll get rid of this one. So get rid of this. Get rid of this. Don't need that. That's good.
Be careful.
Layer, layer. 2, 3. I don't know if we were. No, we're not in time yet for that. Layer.
Greetings. For the Alliance.
Greetings.
Still on layer
May your
1.
blades never dull.
What are you looking for? Light bless you.
You tired? Yeah. I I slept earlier, Vost. I wasn't feeling good earlier, and I went into the living room. My wife was watching TV, and I think it must have been about 6:30 or 7. And I laid down in bed, just thinking I'd lay in bed for maybe an hour, but I actually slept till like almost 10 o'clock. So I already slept like 3 hours. We do have to go to church tomorrow morning, so I'm not sure. There's a service at 9:30 and 11. I hope. I want to go to the 9:30 one, but in the way I want to go to the 11 just so I can sleep in a little bit. Because if I go to the 9:30, that means I got to get up at like 8:30, or even almost 8, because it takes like 20 minutes to drive there. And then after that service, we have to go to the store, and we're going to get some flowers for her mom, because it's... Then we got to go to her mom's, and then I think we're going to a Greek place to get some Greek food for lunch. So I'll probably be gone most of the day tomorrow. And probably... I'm hoping I won't be gone all day, but we'll see. Be at the in-laws. I really need to... You've never been to church? It's different now than it used to be. Like, I grew up... My mother's, I'm Roman Catholic. My mom was Catholic, and my mother was very religious. And I went to church. I was an altar boy when I was a kid. I went to Bible school, Bible study every Sunday. And then I got older and I didn't go to church as much. When you get into your late teens, kind of become the rebel, you know what I mean? But yeah, I wasn't going to church. But now I go to church. I like Jesus. I like Jesus very much. Yeah, he's from Chicago. First time we've had a pope that was an American, so that's pretty interesting. I don't really know much about him, about the new pope, but I was reading about him a little bit. I mean, I'm happy he's from the United States. I think that's kind of cool, but I mean, he spent a lot of time, away from the U.S. and Europe, so I'm not sure how. I wouldn't really, even though he's from the U.S., I think he was over there in the Vatican for quite a while.
Well met.
How are you?
Honor, friend.
I have so much. I have so much. So much ore and stuff. Let's do this.
Have a good one. You need something? Safe travels. Good day to you. See you around.
You should get baptized. I would recommend getting baptized. His brother's ex-posts are pretty based, huh? Interesting. My Dark Moon Fairy buff cooldown has reset. Your dad's anti-religion? No, I went through a period where I wasn't very religious. I hate to admit, where I was like in my phase where I think I was mad at the world. But I like to believe that God exists. It's tough, because you don't have like. Yeah, that's what faith's all about, though. You gotta you know? I don't like to really talk about religion on my YouTube channel, but yeah, I consider myself a religious person. That's about all I'll say about that.
You need something? See you later. Have a good one. Safe travels. Have a good one.
I mean, my philosophy is like, if you look at the Ten Commandments and you read the Bible, I mean, what's taught in the Bible is not bad. You know what I mean? It's like the Ten Commandments aren't a bad thing. If you were to follow the Ten Commandments, that's a good thing, right? You know,
For the Alliance. Be careful.
You know, the things they teach you are probably good idea.
You got my attention.
Good things to live your life by, you know.
Watch your back. Safe travels.
Alright, we just learned Sense Undead, which normally I put here, but I've been putting that there. It's okay, we can put Sense Undead. Sense Undead, Sense Undead. I think we can probably add Sense Undead to... I'm going to treat it like it's an aura. Because it kind of feels like it is, even though it's not.
Honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Of course, we've got Resurrection now. And let's see. That's always going to be here. Here. And oh yeah, we can equip our new shoulders. Our new leggings. And we got our new shield, the Bastion of Stormwind. Well, I guess it's not the worst looking shield in the world, right? Yeah, the world's not.
What can I do for you? Light.
It's not as good a place as we would want it to be. So I agree with you there. All right, well, level 23. We still have really not the best gear. I need to get. We need to get the boots, and we need to get them enchanted with stamina. Let's take a look at the auction house really quick. What is stamina to boots? Stamina to boots is enchant boots. Is 10 dream dust. I don't know how much 10 dream dust costs, but we should grab the Ardent Custodian though. That would be a good weapon for us. This guy's trying to buy it for 8 gold. Shit, I'd buy it for 8 gold if I saw it that cheap. I was just talking and I didn't realize my mic was muted. I was saying I don't mind bidding 12 gold on the mace, on the Ardent Custodian mace, because we don't really have a lot of options. You know, blue stuff, blue weapons, from now until level 32. So spending the 12 gold or 13 gold on the epic mace is probably a pretty decent value.
Mokra, go with honor. What can I do for you?
10 silver.
Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, I was muted for a minute there. Yeah, I wish that they'd do a Rift 2. Well, what I was saying is the Rift 2, the original Rift game, had really cool zones that were really very fantasy themed, and I really liked Rift. I thought Rift was a great game. You know. You know, I never get into the lore in games too much. I don't really remember all the lore in Rift, to be honest. I thought the setting was really cool. I always try to go back and play Rift, but if you play Rift, to me, like playing Rift, you almost have to just play solo. Oh, look, we sold some Steel Bloom. We sold some more Steel Bloom. We sold that. We sell anything else? No. I need to get this character set up with enchanting. What is this? This is my banker. I don't want to make the banker an enchanter, though. Holy crazy full bag bank stuff. Can return that. Yeah, I've been really surprised. They must be making money. They have to be making money off of it, or they wouldn't keep those servers up. I know there's a dedicated group of people that do play Rift still. Whether or not they, you know, there's definitely a dedicated group of people that still play Rift. Certain zones in Rift are so nice. There's zones that are kind of dark, filled with spiders and stuff. Like here, I haven't. Oh, and didn't they make Rift? Oh no, I'm thinking of Lord of the Rings. One thing about Rift that was always a little bit sketchy, like Gloamwood, I think, is such a cool zone. One thing about Rift that was always kind of sketchy was the client wasn't the smoothest client. You know? One terabyte free. Let me check my hard drive real quick. We'll install Rift. Yeah, Gloamwood was really cool. So we're at, how much gold do we have? So we have 90, we're still around 112 gold, which is not enough. We need more gold. Let me check my mailbox.
You need something?
There's the shield I accidentally sold earlier. Which is probably better than my Bastion of Stormwind. Actually, it definitely is better.
Go with honor, friend. Looking for something specific? Safe travels.
Yeah, Faye was really. I like the first dungeon. Like, I don't know if I have it on my channel anymore. I don't know if I ever did have it. Let me just take a look. Rift. This was what was so cool about Rift, right? You started off in Rift, like, and it was like this kind of green, grassy zone. And it was probably the only MMO I can think of, really, that like started off like this, and then it progressed into like a almost like a blizzard, right? You're going through here, you're killing all these creepy mobs, right? And it's super cool, right? And then all of a sudden, you start going up this hill, and you end up going into this blizzard, and it looks like this. And it's just super cool, you know? Okay, so we do have boots and a chest piece. Let's get rid of this one. So I would like to enchant these boots with stamina. I'm not sure it's worth the cost it's going to cost me to get these boots. Oh, I also need the gloves. I need the gloves and a belt and the belt. All right, that's what we got. Yeah, and these are the Battleforge Girdle of Healing. Yeah. Yeah. Rift, if it launched right now, if they launched Rift right now as a brand new MMO, and as it was on launch day, it's so funny that so many MMOs, when they're launched, they change the MMOs over time, and they always make them worse. You know, it's rare that they take. I mean, if an MMO comes out, I shouldn't say that. Some MMOs get better, but there are certain MMOs that were launched that were really good. Like, to me, like Black Desert Online, Terra, and Rift were all MMOs that when they were launched, they were really good. They were great MMOs. They didn't need to be changed that much. I mean, like Black Desert, there were certain things you could change. Yeah, there was so much of a land grab hack that fucked up the game that I basically quit after like a couple weeks. And I was like a founder in Arcade. But yeah, Arcade, for sure, I agree. The original vanilla experience was great. But like Black Desert Online, the vanilla experience I thought was way better than the way the game is now. But there's a lot. I'm not talking about content-wise. I'm talking about like what it's like to kill mobs. Like in Black Desert, when it first came out, it was much more difficult to kill mobs. You know, you couldn't just even just leveling to max to the soft level cap took like a couple weeks, which seems like not a lot. But now you can level to the soft level cap in Black Desert Online in a couple hours. You know, it's ridiculous. To me, that's just stupid. But Black Desert Online was never about the leveling journey. It was all about the end game, which the end game is really just PvP or professions, you know, like crafting and professions. You know, but then Terra Vanilla was really good. Like, and then they fucked that up because they just kept nerfing everything because there were too many Care Bears going, hey, the BAM, it's too hard. So, I don't know. So what don't I have? I don't have the belt and I don't have the gloves. Hands. Here we go. The Battle Forge of the Eagle. But do I want to pay 2 gold for them? Not really. Well, that's what we need. We need the eagle. And then we need, let's see, Dream Dust. $27 per. Everything's so bloody expensive. Look at that, 19 silver for 1 Dream Dust. That's just like crazy. People are super desperate. People are super desperate for a new MMO. Like it just blows my mind that there aren't companies out there that are like companies that have a lot of money that are willing to take a risk, because there's money to be made, right? All right, enchant boots greater stamina is 10 Dream Dust. So let's do that. Let's do the boots. Looking for enchanter or +7 stam 2 boots. Wow, normally it's like auto invite. There we go. That's normally it's like instant. Okay, so trade boots, and I'm only going to tip 2 gold, which is way more than I can probably afford. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I did. So now we've got the boots with +7 stamina. That's going to help quite a bit. I'd like to do the chest. Let's see if we can find a cheaper enchant for the chest, like just for like a stamina, probably. Like we could do, I think we actually superior mana would be good. Greater another essence. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, these aren't too bad. Let's just buy 2 of these. And we'll do enchant superior mana. That'll work. Well, the problem, okay, so we can talk, we can talk about this, and I talk about it all the time, but do we have, let's see. Let's see. Don't need the. Like here's the one document we had where we were talking about what I would want in a modern MMO. But I think this is like this is what I want in a modern MMO. But what we could do another one, right? And we could say, you know, what, like, what would an MMO need to succeed, you know, right now, right? Like right now. You know, like I think to me, like what are the things that if we wanted to create an MMO that could come out right now that would be successful, because so many people want a new MMO. I mean, people are desperate, right, for a new MMO. What are the things? So I think we have to come at it from a different angle, right? You have to have a solid setting. You have to have a unique art style that isn't boring. Pseudo-realism, Unreal slop, right? And I agree with that. I think a lot of the Unreal Engine games look a lot of them just look the same. So let's say we need a unique art style. Let's just say we need a unique art style. You know, something, you know, that is a bit different. Well, basically what I said, just has to be unique, right? So we need a unique art style, right? What are the things do we need? I think one of the things we need to come at it from a different angle, right? We need to say, like, what are the things? And I had like, a thought in my mind, I lost it when you said art style. Like, we need to. Yeah, we talked about that. No chosen one. But I think. Oh, what I was gonna say is, I think one of the things that people don't think about is, you know, MMOs come out, like new ones, and it's super exciting. Like when I went into, for example, Ashes of Creation a couple days ago, right? And I played the Ashes of Creation beta again. It was super fun the first few minutes. And the reason it was fun the first few minutes is because it felt so new. You know, like it was like I could see right away that there was some difficulty to killing just a regular mob. And I could understand kind of why there was some difficulty. Like the mob was hitting me, he was doing quite a bit of damage. If I couldn't just like AFK kill the mob. You know, like I didn't seem to have like an auto attack. Although maybe I do have an auto attack. But I mean there was some difficulty there where if I didn't like sorry, there were like certain abilities that were on a long cooldown, right? Global cooldown. And they were predicated on me using certain other abilities. Think of like how a rogue builds up is eviscerate by getting combo points. So yeah, we definitely no class. I mean that's something we should have, right? Actually, can we do? Is there no class homogenization? And we want I personally like we have to have the Holy Trinity. I just think any MMO I've ever played that is in any way really successful. How did I do that? Has the Holy Trinity. So you have to have the Holy Trinity. Yeah, you have to have the Holy Trinity. No class homogenization, which basically just means that which basically means we have class identity, right? We need class identity. Yeah, let's see, class identification, right? I don't know why it's highlighting the text like it's doing on it. That's weird. Anyways, whatever. We need a unique art style, right? But what I was going to say, these are just basic things that you need in the MMO, right? To make it interesting. But what I was saying is, well, a lot of times what people don't think about is the game loop, right? Oh, and the other thing that you mentioned too is we have to have, the world has to be alive, interesting, beautiful in its own way. If I can type, own way. And let's change it. Has to be rich with lore. Rich with lore. So the world itself has to be beautiful in its own way, which kind of plays into your unique art style. Has to feel alive. There's lots of ways to make a world feel alive, but the biggest thing for me to make a world feel alive is what Black Desert does so well, which is if you walk into a town in Black Desert, you could be the only person in the game playing the game, and the game still feels alive. That's because there's so much like action. Like NPCs are talking to each other. NPCs are crafting armor. NPCs are walking down the streets. NPCs are having conversations, with other NPCs that you can read. You know what I mean? There's voices. There's sounds of, that blacksmith's hammer working metal. Horses walking down the street, pigs playing in the mud, rats scurrying along. The world, there's so much detail, and I think that really goes into, attention, which this is really just attention, attention to detail, attention to detail, and just a high amount of polish, right? You got to polish the world. You got to. There's got to be a lot of handcrafted assets, right? It can't all just be like procedurally generated, Yeah. And so you're saying Holy Trinity, no chosen one arc. You are just one person of no importance in the world. There you go. So, but one thing I haven't really talked about before, because I do this kind of exercise all the time, where we talk about what do we need in an MMO, or what could you come out with right now that would a million people would easily jump in, and because there's that many people, there is a section of people in the world that love MMOs. There's a huge amount of people that love MMOs. And there is like you said, a thirst, a hunger. People are desperate for a new MMO, and that's why games like Dune get a lot of excitement about them. That's why even like a game like Expedition 33, I think, even though it's not an MMO, I just think there's so many people that are so desperate for MMOs. They're playing all kinds of other games they probably normally wouldn't even play that much, just because they're so desperate for something new. And unfortunately, there isn't that many new MMOs to fill that need, so they kind of branch out a little bit into other games that have some of the similar aspects of an MMO, but not really MMOs. I mean, Dune to me, yeah, they say it's an MMO, but to me, it's not the kind of MMO that's what I think of as an MMO. But something I haven't really talked about is the game loop. And what I'm talking about with the game loop is when you log into the game, there's certain things you do, and you do them over and over again. And an MMO is a game that has no end, right? So the game should always be interesting. It should always make you want to log in and play, and it should always give you lots of things to do that all contribute to this game loop, right? And so when we think about MMOs, what are the important aspects of an MMO that make the game loop fun and interesting, but also keeps you wanting to log in and play the game? And also, you can't ever finish everything. Like you can't just complete the game. Like, so part of the problem when they release like a vanilla WoW server, like these anniversary servers, is people will just really quick go to level 60 and they'll run through all the raids and get all the best gear, and then they're pretty much done, right? So there's kind of almost like an end to the game. It takes a while to go through and do all that, it might take like, I don't know, 3 months, 4 months. Well, and if the raids are on a phased approach like they are now, right? Then you can't, you're basically Blizzard's gatekeeping the raids to a certain degree. They just released phase 4, which is Zul'Gurub, so you can only progress up to a certain point. But obviously the big part of the game loop that makes the game fun is progression, is the most important thing, right? Progression is the most important thing in an MMO, hands down. It's the thing that makes the player feel like they've accomplished something. It's the thing that gives them a sense of happiness. I was in a really good mood today and yesterday. I was in a great mood. Why was I in such a great mood the last couple days? Well, one, Bitcoin went up. So that put me in a really good mood. And the reason it put me in a really good mood is I felt like I could spend a little bit of money that I hadn't wanted to spend lately on a few projects I've been working on that I haven't completed. One of those is a guitar that I have that is not finished, right? I haven't finished this guitar project. And the Bitcoin going up gave me a little bit of extra money so I could buy a few components for my guitar. Which really reminded me of the MMO game loop, right? Like there's certain things in the game, like getting more money allows you to buy more things, or getting more skill in a certain profession allows you to craft stuff. It's very similar, right? So the fact that Bitcoin going up, giving me a better source of income, allowing me to purchase certain components that I can use to craft my guitar that I'm working on, which then I can use to become a better guitar player, certainly seems like an MMO game loop, doesn't it? Seems almost identical to an MMO game loop. But the reason I bring it up is it put me in a good mood. So if something in the real world emulates an MMO, and in the real world it makes me happy, well then in the MMO it should make me happy too, right? So you have to think about game loops as replicating real world life in a certain way, so that you understand what is it that's going to make me happy. What things that make me happy in the real world are probably going to make me happy in a video game, right? So when we look at progression, you got to think of it sometimes from that angle, And I've never tried world building for a tabletop RPG. I've thought about it. That's not true. I have thought about it. Actually, and I think it would be really fun. I've thought about like creating a tabletop RPG. Not really world building so much. I've thought about actually creating one from the ground up, the entire game. Of course, I would draw heavily upon Stormbringer and Dungeons and Dragons as far as the systems, right? And from some of my old Dragon magazines. But then I would have to come up. But because it's the same thing. Like creating a tabletop RPG, you still have to construct the world. Just like in an MMO, you'd have to construct a world, right? OSR Zines and such. OSR Zines. I'm not sure what that is. OSR. That's that gaming company, right? You always talked about the old school revival. OSR. Magazines and Zines. What is Zines? Yeah, you always talk about the old school Renaissance. What is Zines, though? Zines are like books? Zines tagged OSR. This person has a Discord server. It's basically any game that tries to bring us back to old school D&D days. Okay, I gotcha. I played D&D back in the 80s, and I'm pretty sure I was on the Dungeons and Dragons rule set, like, I don't know, like, what do they call it? What do they call it with Dungeons and Dragons? There's like D&D 5.0 or... Yeah, they call it like the 5th edition. So in 1980, Dungeons and Dragons had two different distinct rule sets: basic D&D, and advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I played advanced Dungeons and Dragons because I was using this is the basic set, which I still own to this day. I still own this, by the way. And here's the basic rule book. I don't think I have the Keep of the Borders. Maybe I did. Maybe I do. It's probably all part. But this is the basic D&D set, which I have. But then advanced Dungeons and Dragons is the new books, right? Basic D&D is OSR. So I don't know what the difference was between basic D&D and advanced D&D. You know what I mean? But we can find out. That's the beauty of ChatGPT, right? Basic D&D designed for newcomers and younger players, focused on streamlined rules and accessibility. AD&D intended for more experienced players seeking greater. So basic D, simpler mechanics, fewer options. Character creation and progression was more limited. Fewer classes and races, for instance. Races like elf or dwarf were treated as classes themselves. Interesting. I didn't know that. Like elf was kind of like a class almost. AD&D, much more detailed and granular, introduced separate race and class systems. Rules covered a broader range of situations: grappling, overland travel, spell components. Character options. Basic D&D classes were fighter, magic user, cleric, thief, plus elf, dwarf, halfling as a class race combos. Level cap was around 14. AD&D classes included rangers, paladins, druids, illusionists, monks, and more. Yeah, I don't like this so much. I mean, paladins, of course, I like, but monks, I never was big into monks or illusionists, or even druids to a certain degree. To me, like the basic D&D, fighter, magic user, cleric, thief really was cool, because you had your fighter, you had your mage, you had a cleric, which was kind of like a healer, and then you had like a thief, Yeah. But I think there's a way you can find a happy place medium between the two, right? But I definitely have thought about creating like my own version of Dungeons and Dragons. I think that's the reason why I like Stormbringer so much, because I feel like Stormbringer is in between basic D&D and advanced D&D. Like if you look at here, let's see if ChatGPT is smart enough. How would the Stormbringer RPG game compare with basic D&D and advanced D&D? Would it fall somewhere in between from a complexity point of view or not? What is white box? So check this out. This is interesting. The Stormbringer RPG, especially in its earliest editions, published by Chaosium Incorporated, falls closer to advanced Dungeons & Dragons in terms of complexity, and in some ways it even exceeds it. Interesting. But in a very different design philosophy. Here's how it compares. So, basic D&D complexity is low. Advanced D&D is high. Stormbringer, see, medium high to high. Because I thought it kind of seemed less complex than AD&D. Rule system is class, level-based, but Stormbringer is skills-based. BRP system, which I don't know what BRP means. Character creation is simple, complex. This one's cool. The character creation in Stormbringer, look at what they call it. Very random, lethal, and detailed. What that means by lethal is you can actually create characters that start off with afflictions. You can create characters that have one arm or maybe one eye, right? Like, so basically the way characters are created in Stormbringer is the numbers you roll for the character stats are drastically affect your character, like drastically. You know, it's brutal. Character creation simple, limited, complex, many, very random. Combat simplified, abstract, detailed but clunky. And look at the combat in Stormbringer, deadly. Percent based, more realistic. So in Stormbringer, the chance your character's gonna, you're gonna die. The chance of dying is a lot greater in Stormbringer than it is in Dungeons and Dragons, and it just is. And they have kind of like the, those kind of deadly wounds where you can easily lose a hand, lose an eye, stuff like that. Critical hits can do serious harm to your character. Okay, so that's one of the cool things about it is it's more think about the Stormbringer RPGs almost being like hardcore WoW. You know what I mean? It's more hardcore. Now the magic is really interesting. Check out this out. Magic. That's why I love Stormbringer, because it is more challenging. The magic in Basicity says Vancian, which I'm not familiar with that word. Memorize, use. Advancing D, Vancian with added complexity. But check out Stormbringer. Chaos focused, summoning heavy, because you summon demons, and it's risky. It's risky because to be a magic user in Stormbringer, you're actually summoning demons and trying to get them to work for you, or to try to trap them into items and to basically bind the demons into gear or weapons to actually make those gear weapons gain magical properties. And there's other things you can do too, but it is risky because the demons you summon can basically revolt against you and try to kill you, right? So you having to do there's a stat in Stormbringer called willpower, and you have to do a willpower roll versus the willpower of the demon. You basically have to duke it out with the demon. The tone of basic D&D is heroic fantasy. I don't know the difference between heroic and high. I should know this, and I know I've asked this question before. In terms of heroic fantasy and high fantasy are often used interchangeably, but they refer to distinct subgenres of fantasy within different themes. High fantasy is set in a completely fictional world with its own rules, histories, and cultures, and often a deep mythological or magical structure. Heroic fantasy follows a central protagonist or a small group of characters, typically warriors, rogues, or outcasts, who undertake personal quests, often in morally gray worlds. Interesting. Conan versus Harry Potter. So I guess Conan would be heroic fantasy, right? And Harry Potter would be high fantasy? Or do I have it backwards? Focus on personal valor, martial prowess. That sounds like Conan, right? Oh, it says right here, examples. Conan the Barbarian. Elric of I always say Melnibone. How's it pronounced? I think someone said it's pronounced Melna. I don't know. It's such a weird word. I say Melnibone or Melnibone. Melnibone or Melnibone. I don't know. Borderline with dark fantasy. Conan's dark fantasy, sword sorcery. Yeah, like borderline with dark fantasy. I wonder what. And then The Witcher's also, because what's dark fantasy? Okay, so what is dark fantasy in comparison? I'm curious. He mentions it's like some of these dark fantasy is a distinct subject that often overlaps with both heroic and high fantasy, but is defined by its tone and themes more than its setting or scope. High fantasy is uplifting, mythic, and idealistic. Heroic fantasy is adventurous, gritty, bold. Dark fantasy is grim, bleak, and foreboding. That's definitely Elric. Moral clarity is often nihilistic or corrupted. That's definitely Elric. The setting is often corrupted, dying, decaying. That's definitely Elric. Magic is dangerous, chaotic, and corruptive. Characters are damned. Wow. Elric is definitely dark fantasy. Yeah, Elric is definitely dark. It like meets all this like to a T. I'd say Call of Cthulhu also would fall into that, right? So if we go back between the differences between basic Dungeons and Dragons, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and Stormbringer, the tone is heroic fantasy, high fantasy, and dark, which we just were kind of delving deeper into. The setting is generic fantasy. I don't know, generic? Rich, varied fantasy, Greyhawk. And then Stormbringer is Michael Moorcock's Young Kingdoms, which the Young Kingdoms are really super cool, by the way. And roleplay versus tactics, this is light on roleplay tools. This is balanced. And this is heavily narrative. Morally gray. Yeah, I would definitely say that Stormbringer is definitely more. It's very dark, and it would probably cater to people who aren't maybe the best people in the real world. You know what I mean? Like I could see a lot of people that play Stormbringer would be into S&M shit or who knows, you know what I mean? Because of the themes and like the amount of bony people. I mean, they have really weird they have really weird like events that take place. I don't know, they have really weird events, dude. There's a lot of sexual like weird shit that goes on. I mean, it's pretty dark is all I'm saying. It's pretty dark. I'm just saying I could see certain people, you know what I mean? No, I haven't. I haven't. So I'm just saying that if you read the books and you understand some of the traditions of the peoples of the Young Kingdoms, some of them can be very brutal and but you know, kind of like Conan can also be like that too. But because we kind of went on a tangent here. So what I was talking about with creating an MMO that could, because there's like the perfect MMO, like right. I have a document here called what I want in a modern MMO, right? Okay, this is what I would want in a modern MMO that like it's like the perfect MMO, or like maybe not the perfect MMO, but it has like a lot of really, it has a lot of good stuff. You know, I'm talking about like the setting, the progression, the combat, all kinds of stuff, right? The graphical fidelity, the aesthetic, the UI, gear customization. I kind of went down to some levels of detail, but this is like going for like the perfect MMO. We don't have to have the perfect MMO to just pull an MMO that like this what I'm talking about here in this document is trying to not to put out the perfect MMO or the one that's like gonna be the best MMO of all time. I'm talking about how could we put out something that's really good that we know would attract people. You know what I mean? That we know would right off the bat could suck a lot of people in, but it's not complicated. It doesn't have tons of complicated systems. You know what I mean? We just want to hit upon the core systems that we know could hook people and reel them into it and keep them in it, right? You know, and keep them in it. Because like this one here, where I was talking about a lot of like going into details, like say, oh, we have to have customizable UI, we have to camera controls, we have to have all these custom audio controls, and we have to have like, you know, gear customization. Maybe we have dyes, maybe we have transmogs. I don't know. I still hadn't figured that out, but a lot of different things, you know. You know, magic should be ultra rare and mob difficulty should be very hard. These types of things are for like my MMO, what I want in MMO, but that's not what this document is. This document is what could we put out that we think the general populace of people that really are looking for a new MMO would be interested in playing. That's what this is. So to me, that would be, we would want it to have a unique art style. That way it makes people feel fresh. So the game's gonna feel, the world feels fresh, right? We don't want homogenization. We want class identity. We want people to feel, people need to have their character feel needed, right? Which in essence, they are needed. And this really ties into what I was talking about earlier. The similarity between the real world and the MMO world. And what I'm talking about with that Similar between the real world and the MMO world, and how it affects a player's enjoyment and fulfillment in the game. Okay, because this is really important. Like there's similarities between the things we do in our real world, real daily lives that we hate, right? That's why we like video games, because video games, we take away all the things in the real world that we hate, and those things don't exist in the video game. Like in a video game, I don't have to really do things I don't want to do. I mean, that's not necessarily true. Sometimes you do, and I think that's what we need to try to figure out, how not to do that, right? So you just which is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You're trying to look at the real world we live in and trying to understand, what don't we like about that, and what do we like about that, and then you look at an MMO and say, well, what are the things we want in an MMO that we like, but how can we then twist the things in the real world that we like into systems in the MMO so that we kind of get the same feeling of enjoyment or satisfaction, but we're doing something different. Like in the real world, right? Me personally in the real world, I'm not a magic user. I can't disenchant magical items. I can't enchant a sword. But in the real world, I can play my guitar, right? I can change the strings on my guitar. I can tweak the neck of my guitar. So there's things I can do in the real world that are similar that make me feel good about myself, right? So we're trying to emulate that type of thing in the game, right? So for a basic MMO to try to garner a lot of people into it, like we don't want no class homogenization. We want people to have an identity. We want people to feel like their character is needed in the game, and because of that, they as a player feel needed, right? You as a player feel needed. We need the unique art style. We want the world to feel fresh. We don't want it to feel like any other MMO you've ever played, right? We need the Holy Trinity, and the reason we need the Holy Trinity is that it really ties. The Holy Trinity does tie a lot into class identity, right? Because healers in MMOs are needed, right? If you're a healer, you always feel needed. Like if I'm trying to do Deadmines running without a healer, you're going to struggle. I mean, if you're within the level range of the dungeon, you got no healer, it could be kind of challenging. If you have no tank, it could be kind of a pain. So I mean, the Holy Trinity is what gives you a lot of class identity. You're either a damage dealer, you're a healer, or you're a tank, and those are very defined roles. And then no Chosen One arc. Yeah, we don't care about that. And also the Chosen One arc kind of turns the game into more of a solo player game, right? A single player game, because the story, if you're the Chosen One, then how can there be more than one, right? Like if I'm the Chosen One and my friend's the Chosen One, that kind of seems stupid, right? And I think it kind of separates it's just weird. I don't like it. And then I put down a section for like the world. And I said it has to be beautiful in its own way, which is unique, like we mentioned above. So we can just take this out, right? And we'll just put it here. And the world has to feel alive. And so to me, this is all about, and this is like a weird thing, but it really makes a big difference to me. Like if I go into an MMO and there's no players in the game, like if I'm standing here in Stormwind, like just think if there were no players. Like if we log into a server, right, that has no players in it, notice how bad it feels, right? If I go to Bloodsail Buccaneers and I log in, yeah. Look what the game looks like if there's no players. Okay, this is what it looks like. There's like a couple NPCs. We see a couple people walk in. Just a very few, right? This feels like a completely dead game, right? But if you were to go into Black Desert Online and there were no physical players in the game, it wouldn't feel like this. the game feels so much more alive. There's so much more shit going on. You know, I mean, just, do you see any like critters on the ground? I know there's rats in Stormwind, but let's see if we can get. Like here, okay, so here the person's just walking through like an area. You know, these are all NPCs, obviously. I really wish it was in the main city. Yeah. But everybody you see as she's walking through are NPCs. She's in all these kind of weird spots of the city, though. She's not in any of the major areas, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. These are all just kind of like side areas of the city, so they're not super popular. There's people, but they're not super populated. Yeah, this one's better. I wonder if this is the same person. Yeah, I think it is. You know. And you're just walking around, but you can see there's like people standing on the side of a wall here. You know, there's some guards. You can hear voices of people talking, right? This is a really old video, so the quality's not great. Yeah, and so this is what it felt like. This is a really old video. I bet this is like 2010, 2000. Oh, it says 2 years ago. Wow. Wow, it's not the best quality. Yeah. There's a video from how big is Black Desert Island? Anyways, my point is, you know, the cities in Black Desert, they feel a lot more alive. There's a lot more stuff going on. That video doesn't really show it. And if I had Black Desert Online installed, I'd show you what I mean. But there are times where you can just walk into a city and there's just so much going on. You know, there's so much going on, and it's all NPC shit, right? You know. I mean, holy shit, look at this. I've never actually been to this village. I think this village came with the character that was added to the game, the barbarian character. I think that's where this village is. But because they added snow into the game. Give the person a nice comment. Your subscription to the Elder Scrolls Online has expired. Yeah, that's because I killed it. It's because I canceled it. So yeah, so we need rich with lore. But that you made a comment about the lore though. You said the lore should be show, don't tell. So what do you mean by that? You mean like the lore should be like it shows you some stuff but doesn't explain everything? I think, to me, I think Skyrim does a pretty good job of, what time is it? I got to get to bed soon, guys. I think Skyrim, because I got to get up early. Oh shit, it's 3 a.m. I think Skyrim does a pretty good job of teaching you the lore in that, like, right off the bat, you know, you kind of, or there's some like dialogue where they talk about it. I think the lore should be taught in small segments, right? Nobody wants to read tons and tons of text, and nobody wants to listen to really long, drawn out dialogue either. That's why I think it should be small pieces, and it can be done too in passing. Like you could just be walking through a city, and you could use what I was talking about, like how the NPCs can make the world feel alive. You can use the NPCs to be talking about lore in the cities. So like you're just walking down the street, there could be two NPCs talking about how maybe there's, orcs on the road from a certain group of, clan of orcs that are attacking traders, and then one person could be saying, "Oh, did you hear about the orc raiders? Blah blah blah." Then the other person could say, "Yeah, the King Retharon or whatever is orchestrating a group of heroes or a group of people to try to go out and fight them off." So you could just do these like little NPC conversations that teach some of the lore, and I like the game doing it in that way because it's like you can pay attention to that if you want and listen to it, but you don't have to, you know. And then the other thing you do that Skyrim does is they have books everywhere. So you go into a library and you could just pick books off of a shelf and there'd be different books you could just read. It's like, oh, I want to go to the library and see what books are here. And then you could just start picking up books, and different books would give you like sections of lore if you chose to pick them off of a bookshelf and read them. So let the player initiate a lot of that. Don't force feed it down the player, and don't make you have to read tons of text. So, but the game loop, like I said, and I got to get to bed pretty soon because I'm getting tired and I got to get up early for church tomorrow. But the game loop is super important, and it's what you're going to do when you log into the game. And probably I think the most important thing in an MMO is progression. The reason I say that's the most important thing is because it encompasses like pretty much almost all the game systems. So progression could, what systems, tie into the player's progression, right? So we got progression. And crafting, right? So crafting ties into progression. Your enmity, what do they call it in World of Warcraft? Reputation. Reputation, that ties into your progression. Like how, how well you get along with certain factions, right? And then of course your individual prowess with, weapons or skills, that's all ties into your progression. And then I would like to say world knowledge, right? So like just like what I would do in my MMO is, there would be no world map. Or if there was a world map, it'd be mostly hidden, like how it is in Guild Wars 2. And you have to like, walk through the world and to explore the world to open up areas of the map so that you could actually see it on your map. That for like this MMO that I'm talking about here, that's probably how I would do it. I would do it like a Guild Wars 2 type world map. But for the MMO that would be like my favorite, like perfect MMO, I would do it a different way. But for this one, so the game loop, progression, what systems, crafting, reputation, individual, prowess with weapons or skills, or crafting, which I mentioned above. What other things are there in progression? There's world knowledge. I mean, even just like, that's most of it. Really, honestly, there isn't that much. I mean, when you think about it, like crafting, reputation, and just the character. I mean, really, this stuff is character progression, right? Character progression, which is like, skills, which would be like weapons, whatever. Character progression could be a lot of stuff. It could be skills, gear. I mean, and it can even tie into some of these things, like crafting and reputation could be considered character progression as well. I guess we could break character progression up into combat, crafting, and world, right? Like, because there's different types of things that tie into combat, like, and so we could tie in a bunch of things into combat, like your talents, your skills with certain weapons, your like your magical skill levels, so there's a lot of stuff that you just tie into combat as a progression. So it could be like, magic skill, pickpocket, right? Sword skill, whatever. There's lots of different. And then crafting is crafting, and then world progression could be wrapped up into a couple different things, like knowledge, of the world, so like which opens up things like stats for enemies, stats for enemies, and perhaps levels, map map viewability. There was something else I was thinking of for world. Like Black Desert does a really cool thing where when you fight an enemy for the first time, you don't know how much health the enemy has, and you don't know how strong the enemy is, and you have to kill like one of those enemies, or maybe even kill like 5 or 6 of those enemies before you've learned enough through that combat that you then understand how strong this enemy is, right? And at that point, then on their health bar, you can then see the total number of hit points that enemy has. They take it even a step further. Like the faster you kill that enemy, or the more like skillful that you kill them, you actually get a grade, like S all the way down to like S, A, B, C, D, and the grade contributes to different things. Like the better your grade, I think the better amount of experience you get when you kill those mobs. There's different things that happen. So, but what other kind of world progression is there? Knowledge of the world opens up stats for enemies and perhaps levels. Map viewability. Maybe even, world. I don't know. World events. I don't know. I have to think about it. I'd have to think about it, right? But I'm sure there's more progression we can come up with. But I think the main progressions are crafting based, reputation based, and character based. I think those are the main kind of, progressions. And then there's also lore based, right? We could say there's lore based, right? Which means as you and this would be lore or story based. And that just means that like if you haven't progressed through a certain quest line or a certain encounter, then other parts later on that are supposed to be shown to you or presented to you aren't going to be, because you haven't kind of, certain things going to be gated, right? Just because there's certain steps that have to be completed. Story based, progression that is gated, that is gated. And so what else would an MMO need to succeed right now? I think, I do think that the UI has to be, we've got Holy Trinity. Let's do this. Because these are important. Holy Trinity. No, let's not do that. We'll leave it the way it was. The world, right? So I would just like to say the UI, the game UI. So need to be able to customize the UI, scale, position, just basic stuff. That needs to be there. Like when you think about the basic MMOs that we play today, what are the things that we like? Like we talk about Rift all the time. Like we thought Rift was a good MMO. I think what I liked about Rift was the sound effects were good, the casting animations were good, and the world design was good, like the level design. So when we talk about the world, we got to talk about level design, right? And then we talk about that. Game sound has to be important, right? Game sound is really important. And it's too often overlooked, right? All the great games that are up for like game of the year or games that people play that are great, people almost always mention that they have good music. They talk about Expedition 33, it has great music. Skyrim has great music. World of Warcraft has great music. Ion had great music, right? ArcAge had great music. You know, you talk about like Elden Ring had pretty great music, right? And these aren't like coincidences, right? So game sound, and what I mean by that is good ambient sounds. Good music and good sound effects for spells and combat. And to me, this is all the key, like the core stuff, right? And then, of course, we have gameplay, right? Gameplay. Good, smooth character controller. And clear and well-defined combat animations, magic, and physical. And sounds tie in well with combat animations, controller, and combat feels fluid and challenging, and has thoughtful skills with interactions. So when I say about interactions, like a lot of MMOs have spells and abilities that really are completely independent of each other. And I think some of the best MMOs that I've played personally have abilities that kind of are used in tandem with other abilities. You know, some do it really well. Some do it like more directly than others. Like I think even Guild Wars 2, like if you cast like a wave of fire, like a rain of fire, and then you shoot arrows through the rain of fire, the arrows catch fire, and so they actually do additional damage, right? That's one way. If you think about World of Warcraft, like a mage is a perfect example. Frost Mage has like Blizzard, which slows down enemies, or has Frost Nova slows down enemies as they walk over it, and then she hits them with a Blizzard. So there's some interactivity there with the Frost Nova and Blizzard. Not so much that they really interact directly, but there's a logic to, you know, there's a little bit of not a skill. There's like a type of combat style that works. Like certain spells kind of are they play well together, I guess, you know, for lack of a better word. I'm getting tired. But there's that where they kind of play well together, but they don't exactly they don't have any kind of benefits. It's not like if I cast Frost Nova on some enemies and, you know, like, whereas in later versions of WoW, there is a benefit, like Shatter, like the Shatter combo. Like if an enemy's frozen and you hit him with like Ice Lance, it has a chance to do additional damage. So those types of things. If you look at a game like Terra, if I do Rising Fury, into, for example, like Combative Strike, and then finish with Blade Draw, then Blade Draw is going to execute faster or something like that. Like certain abilities do directly affect other skills. So I do think the combat needs to feel fluid, which just means when you execute your abilities, the combat animations look nice, they feel smooth. And the combat needs to be challenging. And what I mean by that is I would like the combat to be somewhat action-based. So when I swing my sword, I don't always automatically hit. So I want there to be an aspect of I need to be near the person I'm swinging my sword at to land, and I need to be facing in the right direction, right? Not just, you know, so Like think Guild Wars 2. Like if you're in Guild Wars 2 and you stand a little too far away and you swing your sword, you're not going to hit anything. If you walk up to an enemy and you swing your sword and he's close to you, you're going to hit him. If you walk up to an enemy but face the other 180 degrees the opposite direction, swing your sword, you're not going to hit him, which isn't always the case in Classic WoW. You could actually walk up to an enemy, start to hit a button to swing a sword attack, and then turn away, and your animation would play facing the other direction, but you would still hit the enemy. That's because of the way spell bashing works. Spell bashing works in WoW and how the animations really don't have anything to do with the calculation of damage. So I would prefer there to be hitboxes. That not everything needs to have a hitbox, but I do prefer that melee combat, physical combat, utilizes hitboxes. And that's going to make the combat feel a little bit more skillful based, which I think is a good thing. So this is just basic. I think this is just the basic stuff. I mean, I think these to me are the key things you need to have an MMO that could come out right now that would draw people in. We need the Holy Trinity, we need class identity, we need a beautiful world that feels alive, rich with lore, and it has to have nice level design. You know, the zones need to feel different from each other. You need to have like some swamps, need to have some deserts, need to have some forested zones, have some plains, have some mountainous regions with snow. You know, so that really goes into, mountains, plains, deserts, swamps, snow, heavy weather, right? Heavy weather. We need heavy weather, rain, snow, maybe even sleet. I don't know, sleet, dust storms in the desert, right? And that's it. It's not like it's a rocket science, right? I think these things are the key things you need. What do you think? What do you think, Voss? Did you fall asleep? I'm falling asleep. But that's pretty much it. It's the ticket, and it's hard to believe that. It's hard to believe that there's not a big AAA company out there that can really focus on putting something like this out there. And when I talk, and because the thing is, there's examples for most of this stuff. This is not a next gen MMO that I'm talking about here, right? Are you passing out? This is not a next gen MMO, right? This is just an MMO that you could put out right now. This is just an MMO you could put out right now. Wait, don't go to bed yet. This is an MMO you could put out right now that basically draws upon all the successful elements that have occurred in previous MMOs. That if you put them together in this MMO and packaged it in a nice way and put it out there, it would be hugely successful. So it's not a next gen MMO because that would be something different, right? And so to me, this is a low risk. To me, this is a low risk proposition. Like a gaming company, to me, this is not a high risk endeavor, because if you look at each of these things individually, there's examples of games that have done this to a high degree of success. World of Warcraft has done the Holy Trinity to a high degree of success. World of Warcraft has done a unique art style. Black Desert has a pretty unique art style, I think. Guild Wars 2 has a very unique art style. Black Desert has a world that feels very alive. Games that are rich with lore. I mean, World of Warcraft is very rich with lore. Games that have really good level design. Black Desert has excellent level design. Rift, I thought, had very good level design. Game sound. There's games out there that have great sound. WoW has pretty good sound. WoW has pretty good music. WoW has great effects for spells and combat. I think Black Desert's pretty decent on most of its stuff. I'm trying to think of other games. That Dungeons & Dragons game, what is it called? There's a few games out there. Smooth character controller, nothing beats World of Warcraft's character controller. I think it's the best. Who has the second best character controller? Terra. Terra would be number 2. Yeah. So WoW and Terra have really good character controllers. Clean, well-defined combat animations. Again, Terra, WoW. I mean, to me, Terra and WoW really nail a lot of this stuff. Sound ties well with the combat. Terra, WoW. Combat feels fluid, challenging. Terra and Black Desert. You need to be able to customize the UI, scale, position. Rift. Trying to think of them as they do it out of the box. I think Rift does it. I don't think Black Desert does it out of the box. Final Fantasy does. Final Fantasy and Rift would be a good example of a good UI. Crafting, I would go Final Fantasy. Reputation, WoW and Rift and Black Desert have pretty interesting reputation systems. Character progressions, I think Final Fantasy does this a lot better than World of Warcraft. Certainly that does the crafting way better than World of Warcraft. World knowledge opens up stuff. That's Black Desert Online. World events, Black Desert Online has a lot of cool dynamic world events. Story-based progression. Guild Wars 2 does this really nicely. So, but I'm saying there's examples of how to do this stuff. It's like, come on, guys, somebody take the time to develop a new MMO based on just this template, and you can make a ton of money. And the thing about this template is you can come out with an MMO in like 3 or 4 years. I say 3 years. Get a team of 200 people, spend about 3 years, and you could put this out. And then just put out enough so that people could play it for like a year, and then you could develop the next phase of content. Develop the next content. But anyways, I'm going to bed because I have to go to church tomorrow morning. I'll take a look at some of this as well. We did install Rift, and we'll take a look at that tomorrow as well. I hope you guys, everybody who's still awake, wish you guys a good night.
I'm just waiting till you appear, so you can tell me things right in my ear, talking slow and no one's near. Instead I'm sinking, slipping out of gear. I cry over nothing, so up the contents. Wish I could feel you in my hair. Now there's ghosts in my kitchen, I'm not even listening. Swear I can feel you in the air. I know you want it.